All right, we're back. Took me a little bit longer than I thought to get back. Ooh. Ooh. All right, but we are back. So let's go ahead and get this baking stuff tested and move on to the next task. I think there's a way where I can select only curves, I believe. This one, yeah. Hello, Shadow, welcome. We're working on a bodysuit right now for Shimo. How's your day going? Some class work right now, can't complain. Well, I hope that's going well. Let me load up the character so you can see what we've been working on. Why doesn't this one? Because I haven't these things. That looks pretty good. Was wondering where the disembodied voice came from. Hello, Lord Pepsi. How you doing? Had your stream open? I'm doing good. Well, good. Both of those things are what I like to hear. Hello, Booms. Welcome back. All right, something to that effect. And I suppose we would like some around the neck as well. I have a case fan in my PC that is bad as driving and hitting the housing. The noise is driving me crazy. I've threatened it multiple times, yet it's still noise. Time for some drastic action. Time to murder your own computer. Bring a hammer close to it and threaten it again. Okay, I think that's something. Now what we need to do is bake a material onto our clothing. So we're gonna go over to Shading tab. And what we'd like to do is first make sure we have this material saved, which we do. We'll make a new one, which we'll call Shimo under clothing baker. My mallet is now sitting on my desk. We'll see it. We're gonna make a image out or image texture. This will be a 4K texture, which we'll call Shimo underclothes. Nice. And I suppose we will want alpha. Make that a new image. And we're going to use a UV map, the second UV map. There, bake. That's what we're going to bake to. And then let's open up that image under close lace. So we're going to save that into bakes. Sure, save. Okay, now we've got that image saved. Next, what we're going to do is take our lace bake, then select this, and we're going to bake selected to active using cycles. And we would like to bake the diffuse for transmission. Say 0.05 for the extrusion, which should be like right here or so. It might be too much. We'll see. Select, bake. Ooh, cancel that. Go to, oh good, okay, never mind. We are sampling those fine. And it is baking pretty well. Interesting. It is. Huh. Why are we sampling through? We're sampling through and we're getting the other side of the object. Hmm. Hello, Kai. Let's just see what this looks like really quick. Let's open up Substance. Need to understand this a little bit more, but I'm assuming that it's the sampling rays are going through one side and then hitting some of the other objects, which would mean that we need to include a cage, need to include cage object. I think. And we would probably bake the diffuse instead. Yeah. Yes, substance. Yeah. We're back to substance. Back. Four 4.2 made a new bool tool. I did not. That seems useful. I'll have to check that out. Hmm. This leaves a little bit to be desired, so I think we'll have to turn up the sample count. Do grid stuff and such. Interesting. All right, let's. Excuse me. Sorry. Starting on. We're going to go back to the lace baker geometry nodes. We have our collection. What we want now is to also include this underclose object. And we'll go ahead and join the geometry. Now this object here, we have the baker. I'm going to set that to white. It's its default material. Go back on lace bake. Select it, then select underclose one. All right. And then go back to bake, and we're going to bake not transmission, but no, we'll just do emit. Yeah, do emit, and then we'll take our underclose object and go to shading, emission 1. That should give us the result we're looking for. Geometry? Geometry. Geometry. Nice. Oh, we could also have done that. Say 0.0. That didn't work well. And that's because what we need to do is take our lace material in here. Sorry to yawn. Can I not use transmission? No, that won't work. I need to use yeah, it's got to be emission. Oh yeah, we'll take the lace material. And yeah, I'll take the color, get an emission, and just put that in here. I guess we invert it too. Huh. Why is it not maximum brightness? Interesting, it's all relative. Okay, try again. Select this, grab this, bake. That sucks. Okay. It's taking too long. Let's go back to the baker, lace baker. Get rid of this join geometry dealio. Go back to the lace itself. Oh, this is fine. Put it back in the original one. So it's just transmission. We've gotten rid of the emission, I believe. Now what we'll do is we'll use our sampling, the baking. We'll just have it cut off. So we're extruding by this much, but then ending the ray after that. So it should end the sampling somewhere under the surface here, which I believe should prevent the stuff from going through. The stuff and things. All right. Good. That looks clean. Let's see how it fared. we'll save that. Go back to here. Tell it to reload the image and then drag it back in. And it's the only area we're having issues right here. Which makes sense. Makes sense. We are getting some issues here too. I need to create an anchor point, and then on a new layer, oh, I'm tired. Okay. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Let's turn up the sampling amount a little bit more. Damn, I'm sleepy. Okay. All right, so we baked that. Let's see, did that improve the quality? Seems to be pretty much the same. It is a high quality render, but that's just the limit of how far we can take. This UV map. Excuse me. All right, let's see what this looks like. So I'm going to go ahead, go back into Unity. I'm going to go ahead and get our stuff together. I'm going to get Gmo. I'm going to take the material for the body, the clothing. We're going to get rid of this second decal. We're going to go back to Blender. Take this, hide the lace bake. This should go back. This should go back into our normal collection. Yeah, we got a little bit more resolution on the breast now. Need to adjust it a little bit, get a little smoother. But what we can do now is also add our second decal. And we're just going to drag this texture out into, come on, into the clothing. And this should be masked by the same mask. Now it's very light. Huh. That doesn't look too bad. This feels kind of soft. Okay. That's something we'll do in a moment. Also, hello, even. Still getting a decent gap right here. Hmm. Actually, 4 outfits. Sort of. 4 pieces of clothing. All right, we're going to switch it up a little bit. I think that the underclothing we're going to have to be a little bit more deliberate with. Assuming we're past our texture count. No, texture memory is still pretty good. All right, so maybe we could get away with taking our underclothes, setting it to linear, and then setting it to 4K. So that does look a lot better, honestly. All right, not bad. Okay, let's continue to work on it here in Substance. We're going to do a few more effects on it. First is we're going to make it black. Color doesn't, or the roughness doesn't matter. Opacity is what matters. Well, we're going to make a transparent image at the end of this. Does it look red here? Well, maybe not anymore. Okay, so we have this. which we will have not be quite black, kind of a gray. And then we'll add an anchor point here, and then a filter bevel, and kind of push it out there with a levels in order to sharpen it. Right about there. We get this kind of border look, which is nice. And then above this, we'll use a template flat. Right here, we'll set it to fill. Use our second fill. And make this gray. Like a dark gray. Just realized that I haven't tried the path you're using for the lace and substance yet, but could you apply normals there? I'm not quite sure what you mean by normals in this case, but when we're looking at our I'm actually using Blender to create the paths. I'm actually baking a texture in Blender. So I'm using Blender paths to bake it. I might switch this over to an RGBA color mask, because then we could get a bit more detail. We're going to use a paint. Paint everything black or gray or whatever. Then add a filter bevel, set it to inverse subtract. And then, so that's a blur, we're going to bevel. That way we can kind of push it inwards. That. Make it black. Make it level. Now we got these nice little edges. And we'll give them a little bit of roughness, a little bit of height. Also give this one a little bit of height. Set this to height, this one to place. The edge. All right. Pretty good. Now it's very opaque, but I think I like that. Because we're going to do other elements that will be solid. All right, so let's see. Shimo clothing, we'll make a new folder in here, which we'll call underclothing. I gave it height, which creates the impression of an edge. There's no actual displacement. It's all faked. It's all the normals faking it. But all it is just having height. And we're going to go back to the clothing. Our second decal, we will reset. We're going to use the color masking instead. Perfect. Red is good to go. We're going to start using it with this texture. That should work. I don't see anything, which means that the decal must override the color masking, doesn't it? Or that for some reason my clicking stopped doing things. It took so long to load. All right, so I do see it, which means that our decals overwrite our RGBA masks. Okay. Can I use my tiling texture here? Damn. Okay. Well, uh, okay. It's annoying. No, that is just too much work. I could try to convert it back to the other UV map, but that gets crazy difficult. Okay. And then if I ever need to change something, I will just lose my mind. Okay. So we won't do that. I am surprised it doesn't have any sort of masking features or alpha features for the RGBA color mask. But the decal just affects alpha, and that's it. So I actually should be able to put the normals into the RGBA, then use the decal to position the texture. So let's try that. So if I put this here, we get that. Oops. And I can set the alpha to, or not replace, but max, like that. And then in this one, merge it back, and we feed, I guess we could still put it back in there. And put the normal in. Tell it that we would like to use the normal. Okay. We're getting there. So I guess we could just have to use them. We have to start it, do something in the middle, and then cap it off at the end with our other decal. Okay, that works. Funny. A little funny, but it does work. All right, now what we'd like to do is just continue to add additional details, like filling in this section and things of that nature. So tiled, no, not for that one. I could turn on metallic smoothness, but then we have to mask it out. We mask it with a mask. Yeah, we'll just leave it alone. Maybe weird question on that pattern, but that lace is placed that way. The peak around the edge of the jacket, it'll come above the shirt. Like that. But the jacket, not particularly. Just the shirt. All right, looks good. We're getting somewhere now. So we want to continue our positioning. So we're going to take our underclothes, move them back into this other collection. Hide this, turn on this. Now to cut down the mesh, are you going to change the material below the breast lace since the client can undress her all the way to the lingerie? Change the material below the breast lace. I'm going to add more details if that's what your question is. But this whole thing's going to be one material. You're fine. So I think that, go ahead and duplicate these. There's no gap here, so it must be the older bake that we did. Or the baking's not quite working there for some reason. Love seeing this outside the MD perspective, by the way. There's a lot you can do with just textures to save and try. Oh, 100%. 100%. Texturing really is the majority of what a good video game character is. Like, if you want realism, then you really are just saying you want a nice texture. Just, you wouldn't believe the amount of work it takes to make lace lingerie like that look realistic. Yeah, that's one of my main reasons switching back, because I'd love to be able to make everything with MD, but I just know that I'm going to have to rely. I just know that modeling is a little bit faster. Maybe not all the time, but modeling's pretty quick. I think it's like just hand modeling things is probably the fastest you can move in 3D for the most part. I feel like I need to fill out most of the breast here. Let me look up. Uh, okay, pretty simple. So we'll leave it like that. This section is really messed up here. I think I have to put the shrink wrap after the mirror. Also turn it on. Why is it messed up there? It's not enough resolution. Does it matter? Will that even be seen? Probably not. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, thank you. So for a lot of lace materials, we're just going to use like a repeating lace pattern on the inside for a lot of these portions, like in the breast and then in the groin. That's going to be the simplest. So all that running, grass is just bad for your health. I don't run outside. What are you, crazy? All right. All right, I think we did it. We did the first part. Switch this back to the baker. What? Oh. Did I break something for a second? What happened? No. Turn off the lace. Turn on the lace bake. Select the bake. Select this object. Go to the shading. Make sure we're selecting that. Go here. Bake. Should have a few more items on the texture. Perfect. We're still getting this gap here. Why would that be? Let me turn this up more. And bake again. Or turn off max. Well, if I turn off max ray distance, then not oddly relaxed and work on 3D while someone else work on it, even if you don't get parts of it. What kind of project are you working on right now? And get some water. Okay, we're still getting an odd gap in a few spots. There should not be any gap here. Now it's too clean to be the texture loading. It has to be the extrusion that we're using. So I'm going to use a cage instead. Then we'll take this, duplicate it, get a little displace modifier on it, 0.01, just until it's over 90% of all this garbage. Or use the same UV map. This will be our cage. Okay. And we can hide it. Select the baker. Select underclose. Go to the baking settings. Bake. Clothing, always. Clothing. Still getting that gap. What the fuck? Why would that be? Because the shrink wrap isn't getting applied? Do I need to? Well, no, but I'm meshing. It's all baked. I'm using this object here. There are no gaps. So why would it even think there's a gap? It must be because it's sampling. Ah, it's because they overlap. That's what it is. It is because these overlap. And we can see that because I can clearly see this edge right here. So it must go through it and then cut off. They must interfere with each other. How do I get around that? I can bake it. I have the sampling up. I'm using cycles. I wouldn't have expected that to even be a problem. Because it means that it's not rendering it. It's just sampling the surface, looking up the texture. It's not simulating light passing through it. Oh, Jesus. I could do two versions and then overlay them on each other. One of the border, one of the interior. Or right now I have direct. Would indirect work? Try that. That didn't help. So what do I do then? We have to change how we're baking it. We're going to do combined. And this time we'll just include transmission. Try that. No faces found in the object lace baker. Ah, it's because I'm just selecting here. Yeah. Hello, Nammers. We're doing some stuff right now. Trying to, at least. Still getting the intersection issue. So what do I do? We just separate it into two bakes then. All right. So we're going to make a new collection. No, not in here. We're going to lace. Make a new collection in here called lace border. Then we'd like to select all the lace items that are on the edge. And we'll move those into lace border. And we'll make another collection. We'll call this lace interior. And we'll select these ones, put them in here. Okay, so now we have these two collections. Then we'll go into lace bake. We're going to adjust our GeoNode object. We're going to run this into two collections. So this will be lace border. And we'll duplicate this, lace interior, and we'll also add an input, which would be our Boolean for swap. Okay, or interior. Display. Okay. Then we have the border here, interior here. We don't really need to realize them, but what we do need to do is create a switch. The switch will switch between collections. Using this display interior switch. And it will so we just need to assign those collections. So the first being lace border and the second being lace interior. And so now we can toggle between the two. Good. All right. Now we can go back to shading. Now we can select our lace baker, the underclose. And we've already made our first image. I'm going to copy this, make a new image, be lace border, new image, and we'll look that up. Lace border, Alt S. How goes it? It's going. We're struggling. I want to finish. I can show you how Shimo's coming out. The Shimo's coming out super well. Oh, I need to move the Need to move that forward, but we're working on getting this body suit textured. We're just kind of finishing some texturing things. Beyond that little clipping, I thought she was done. What do you think still needs fixing? There's a few texture elements that need to be added. Decals. I want to bake some other elements onto the jacket. But we'll be sending a version to the client tonight either way in order to get testing done. To get some testing in, I should say. All right, so we'll start with the border. Select this, lace baker. Make sure we're displaying the border, which we are. Select the underclose, selecting the border, and we will now bake. Combined pass requires emit or light pass. All right, I need to bake transmission. Bake pass requires direct. Okay, direct. And it crashes. Please tell me I saved. Can the client just tell you something like, I'm going to change that jacket, not liking how it falls or something like that? Depends on the nature of it. I'm okay for minor changes, and I do expect no matter, balls, that's pretty far back. I do expect that no matter what direction we go, that's not that far. We will, there are always tweaks, there's always feedback, just because the nature of video games, there's nothing ever reaches a truly done stage. Usable, very close, but you can always find a way to break a character, especially in VR, because you can just do things like put your hand behind your head, and like that most likely will. It's just you can make the character, you can put the character in poses that you really shouldn't be able to go into because you're in VR. So there's some ways around that, but generally there's a lot of tweaks still. So, but if it's something like, hey, I don't like this, I want a whole new thing, that's when we would discuss like a new commission. It can't just be like, throwing the baby out the bathwater, if you're familiar with that phrase. It has to be something a little more reasonable, or working with me to get the final result. All right, we got the baker, we got the lace baker on the underclose, and we're baking the border. Save. Switch to transmission of direct. Save. Bake. Crashes immediately. That must be because I have two open image textures. So that means instead of that, we want to have just one. Big. Still crashing. Why would that be? We've got the cage. Cage is working fine. We're using transmission. We've got the materials set up. We did change it so that on the geometry nodes we are not realizing instances. Perhaps that is the issue there. So let's put in realize instances and try again. Okay, it was the instances that was the issue. Yeah, I think all freelance work, I do charge enough. I do charge with the intention of including some revisions in the cost because that's expected. If the requested revisions are too much, then that's when we would discuss something, changing it up or doing something else, or another quote. All right. Now we can go back to our layer here. We'll empty this out. Add a fill below here, the base color, and we'll drag in our two images, the border and the interior. Both are textures. And we'll search them under border, duplicate, interior. Cool. Now we can combine them. Next, what we'd like to do is fill in certain areas, the groin and then the breast with a lace material. So we're going to do that right here, make a new folder, and we'll just go ahead. I'm going to use height for it. We'll just go ahead and paint it in. Paint, make sure we have symmetry on. Oh, and then turn on opacity. We'll make it black. And we just want to do a little painting to fill in this area. All right, feel like that does a good job. Then the groin. This one should be pretty easy. All right, now that we've done that, what we can go ahead and do is begin to fill up this pattern with a different layer. So we'll drop this here. Actually, we'll just make a fill here. Go to color, search laces, and we're going to use one of our new repeating patterns. That should work. Why is it not? I see it here. I see the paint. Ah, I see why. It's because we also need to include... Ah, that's annoying. Okay, let's remove this. Turn it off, make a fill, and we'll call this build section patterns. Let's see some spots we're missing too. All right. Cool. Oh. Ah. Didn't notice when you separate the mesh into that portion of lingerie, did you make it in substance with a mask? These sections here, the white sections, I've just hand painted in substance. Then we need to add an anchor point, which above this, make another layer that we add that anchor point to. And we extract the alpha from that should have worked. That should have worked. Kind of is. I can see it. Oh, of course. I just need to turn on opacity here. And voila. Okay, now we've got what we're looking for. So we can adjust this pattern. Say something kind of to this effect. You can turn off repeat for now. That looks like kind of the typical sort of material you'd see. Cool. All right. To make something like this, you can, of course, make it dark. Maybe we'll give it a little bit of height. Save that. And we'll export it. Here. Not bad. I think we can make slightly more interesting pattern. But it's cool because we've got this sheer material with these bumps. Nice contrasting color matching the hue of the crystals, but darker would be nice. Maybe a complementary. Want to make sure I'm matching the reference that was provided. I don't mind making it darker, but I think that we've got to make sure we're hitting the mark with what the client provided or requested. Make it just a bit filled in. Right? So how does that work? Even darker. Let's go way further. Cool. Much better. Then I'm going to go back here, save, hide that, hide the lace bake, open up Shimo. Make sure we set this material back to clothing. Why is it? This is the belts. Okay, gotcha. It's the belts, but no, I didn't delete the other UV map, so that should be good, but it does look a bit bigger. This must be the cage, yeah. Okay, this is the cage. You can go back into this collection, get out of this collection. So this cage came from here. It's in this collection. I don't want it in this collection. I want this here with clothing applied and combined with this. All right, there we go. So a lace pattern that mimics crystals, though it does tend to look a bit holiday. Nice, that looks super solid. We're looking super good. All right, so 4:17. Yeah, we're gonna try to work for another few hours. We're gonna push into the evening today. Looks amazing, like Eventide said, though darker would be nice. Okay, heck yeah. What are the red sleeve bands? So just part of the design, the reference design. Can't really say what they are, but they're included on the texture. Or on the reference image. Wonder it should basically be black. Why is it not? There we go. Now, for the material, when we add the decal through the clothing, we add RGBA, we can add the smoothness map here. It should be masked. So we just need to enable it right there. But masked means it's the whole material, the body material. Should basically have no glossiness. That must be the matte cap that makes it look glossy at all. We go with tons of blue to match your eyes. Love the height of the lace, it really makes it pop out. There's my cord. Where's my cord? Oh, excuse me. Though for this one, the belt, you never will actually see it without the belt. There we go. Gorgeous. All right. How does this hold up with the fizz bones? I did not export the shirt. Whoops. Good. About 67,452. We've got a lot of geometry we can add should we need it. What I want to do at this point is add a few extra bones, get those rigged. And the robust weight transfer is actually super, super good. It's really good. There's a lot of things that I'm impressed by with it. So I basically haven't had to do any weight paint edits for the clothing, which is kind of, I don't think I've ever not had to do them. Just kind of insane. That render you used for the preview, how do you predict the lighting of VRC? Asking because is there a world that could mess the textures? The lighting in VR chat's super variable. So there's definitely worlds you're going to go into where the character's going to look super different. But some of the ways people counteract that is just by having a style that doesn't rely on lighting at all, like a cartoon character. Um, like anime characters tend to literally um, not have um, any sort of real-time lighting. It's all faked. They just look much more like a drawing than they do anything relate like close to a. Yeah. We're gonna make a thigh jiggle bone right now. Black leather. But that's why I use like matte cap textures because they're in between. There's something that can give things a very realistic look, but they are actually a very fake way to light things. They don't. That's not actually how things get lit. So you can really fake things with those. I like to use those quite a bit because they can give you very controlled results. It's very handy. Very, very handy. Pretty much my favorite tool. Pretty easy to project through though. Hello, Torch. Welcome. How you been doing? It's been a while. Been like an idiot weight painting things by hand now. It's still by hand. Just a kind of a faster tool sometimes. If things work out, it's a faster tool. Been good. Started streaming again. Hey, let's go. Hopefully you're enjoying getting back into the swing of things. What have you been streaming? Hmm. I transferred just the weight of the thigh. Let's just see if it works. All right. Currently playing a stream a first-person shooter called Apex Legends. Heck yeah. I've always watched people play that. I've never played it myself. Seems fun. Seems kind of stressful. Playing games now is just an excuse to see how models are done. Exactly. There's a phrase that always runs through my head when I think of looking at games and learning about games while you play them, which is if you teach someone to play a game, he can have fun for a day, or they can have fun for a day. If you teach them how to make games, then they'll never have fun again. Yeah, how true that is. Getting some ricochet on those legs. The legs. Maybe a little bit less influence on the lower thigh. Interesting that the thigh is clipping on this leg, but not the other one. Alright, so just less influence down the leg. Um, they look the same to me. And it must be... Oh shit. Well, that would do it. We're missing a fucking weight paint group. Oh no, I see. It's this. There we go. I just misnamed it. I changed the name, undid the change of the name on the bone, but it didn't revert the change for the vertex group. So it held on to that issue. Funny. But I still may have an issue with the thigh because that would mean that it's missing on the clothing still. Yeah. On both of them, technically. And all that needs to be done is we just go here and we delete the CC underscore and we should be good. Okay. All right. Good. Emergency save. I'm glad I make a lot of backups. All right, got a really nice look on the legs. Let's switch the skybox back to our default skybox. And to get a feel for it in a default environment. Still looks pretty good. All right. What next? Texture memory is too high now. So what we need to do is start lowering the resolution for certain maps on our character. For our clothing, the underclothing, I really wanted to have our albedo be high resolution, but actually that's not bad. I don't need the emission. Metallic or smoothness. Do want the normal. Come on. Turn on that. Yeah, it doesn't make enough of a difference. Boom. Save. All right. That's good. What is our goal here? So performance ranking. Our texture memory is 110. Okay, we're super close. So I think, yeah, pretty much any of these textures can be undone. Underflows, we're not using that anymore. All of our masks here, we could probably push down to 1024. Okay. Cool. We got our material slot. No, our material slots are still at 16. one, yeah, still belts and clothing. Interesting. So we're just on the cusp, on the very cusp of ooh, having one more texture. So we'll call this free base rigging. Okay, let's turn our attention to a totally different topic. We're going to do the face rigging now. So let's start by getting the hands and blink positions taken care of. We'll turn off the low poly collection in the meantime. So what we'd like to do, make a fist and fist pose. Yeah, we gotta clean up the hands a little bit. You know what? I don't want to redo. Yeah, we're gonna take the body, separate it. Oops. The tail. I'm sure it goes right about there, so. But we'll take the body, split it in half again. Generate a mirror up here. No merge. Add a weld. Here, use a weld. All right. Now we can go back to rigging, knowing we can use our gradient tool, because that's really going to speed this up. Mm. And how did that happen? This is totally wrong bone. Oh, it's the wrong bone. At least the claws are working. It'll save me some time. Welcome back, Nammers. Welcome back. How's your evening going? Great job on the cloth work, by the way. I'll have some more tasks for you tomorrow, if you're up for them. Me, when it's the wrong bone. Doing good, making some pasta. Hey, let's go. Did you get your Quest 3 working? Like the bones are rotating a little funny too. Yeah, it's working great. Just need a couple of power banks now so it lasts more than 2 hours. Yeah, I got this one. Nirvana. And works pretty well. Holds a charge for a long time. Straps onto the back. Though it was initially made for my Quest 2, so I think there's probably a better strap for it now. Because it doesn't quite not quite the best attachment now. I'm sure there's improved ones, but it is definitely nice to just go, hey, you gotta keep playing. Yeah, it just like straps onto the back of the headset. It's great. It's a little heavy, but you can just get a longer charge if you wanted to put it down your back or your back pocket or something. Attaches onto the fabric strap. I actually got the this guy, the I don't know what brand this is. That makes more sense. Kiwi something. Decolon? No, that can't be right. Yeah, it's nice because then you just got a strap on the top of your head. Though I have a tough time with headsets because I have a pretty small head, so everything tends to kind of slide off my head after a while. Um, Gotta go far and beyond, beyond and far, or beyond. The editing window. Oh, right. I totally forgot. I see what you mean. More secret texturing. Indeed. I do tend to forget immediately to switch back. All right, that does look better, even if that rotation's somewhat extreme. I wonder if I could cursor. Awful. I guess I could do recalculate view axis, and then they should all basically be just do. See how that rolls. See how that rolls. Hello, Riso. Welcome. We're doing good. We're just getting ready to do some face rigging. Getting some of the last parts of the body rigged here. Yeah, that looks good. The exotic rig. What you doing exactly? Exotic. Isn't still auto rig pro. Nothing too crazy. We're just gonna go ahead and get the hand. Put into a fist pose. Need to blend out some of this, some of the deformations here. that. Cool, we've got them both in that pose. Let's go to just do a little bit more weight painting here. Smooth out some of these bones here. All right. Then we can select the hand, go to pose, add fist pose, fist. Just let me copy it. And then I'll say, I just select both of them and do that. Fist. Fist. All right, now they both can be, or not. I don't know why. Oh. Add fist mirror. There we go. Okay, it's easier than I thought. Okay. And then I don't think that mirror button always existed. Why I didn't go for it immediately. Then we got this like hand open pose. Like this. Bam. And we'll just say that again. And now. It didn't work. What? Why? Whatever. We just need the fist one. Now let's do the eye. Let's take the eye. Close it. You know what? Pretty darn good. Nice. We don't even need to add it. All right. So now we can go back to rigging. Doing the face rigging. So let's go to our big old list that we made. Blink is 10. So reset everything. Take the pose. Close it. Copy the pose. Save the pose. Reset the pose. Reset the pose. Paste it flipped, save it. Cool, now we got the blinks in. Then 40 is look up. Should see here, look up. Good, look down, perfect. Then we're on to the shapes. So, the first one. Ooh, 5 o'clock. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I didn't save them. I did Alt E, reposition them, but I didn't save them. Cool. I got the what's this exotic rig? Is that your was that your message? This is just a Auto Rig Pro. How does this translate to VRC? I never understood how these rigs with FK and IK do get exported to VRC. So no, that message definitely did not send. As for the rig will not get transported at all. What we're going to do is save these animations into shape keys. So the script here that I've made on the left, this takes a list, this list, and at every point along this animation, it saves a shape key with this name. So what I do is I animate them and then run this script to turn them all into shape keys. And that way, should I ever break my shape keys, I don't have to worry too much about recreating them because they're derived from an animation. So I just have them ready to go again. And since I've already made a lot of these animations too, I kind of have a really good starting point for a lot of the base expressions. Although a lot of the times they're not like super great. Like this one's really odd. So this one's supposed to be happy. So you go all in and making the blend shapes using the rig and only the rig. Yes. Yes. I definitely believe that um, I don't like shape keys. I think shape keys are a format that more often than not is going to betray you in the end. It's not really that I dislike or that I think rigs are like the best way to do it. It's simply that I just don't trust shape keys to really do what I think they're supposed to do, what they should be doing. It takes more time, but in exchange you make great quality expressions. The weight painting takes, it depends on where you end up finding where you're spending your time. I think some upfront work to make a good rig uh, more than makes up for itself anytime I've ever had to redo a whole set of shape keys. Anytime I've ever found myself redoing a whole set of shape keys, I go, I want to, I hate this, and I wish I had made a rig. These are more going to be placeholder than anything else. I'll come back tomorrow and finish them up, but I need to start testing everything else in there. Hello, Nova Raptor. Welcome back. This should not have any influence on them. Lower body. Cool. Might subdivide the tongue as my final use of my extra vertexes. Okay, so now we've created at least some placeholder expressions and scenes and stuff like that. And what we can go ahead and do is take the body here, which is body 01. We're going to apply the mirror, apply the weld, reset the vectors, recombine with the main body. Then with the body selected, make sure this says rig, run the script, bake the shape keys. Now we go through this list. This does include all the face tracking stuff. I think I will delete it actually. Hey, Nova Raptor, thank you for the sub. Super appreciate that. Hello, hello. I appreciate your support. It's been fun having you hang around, so definitely let me know if you have any questions or anything. Do you usually have trouble with the blink stretching my textures there? Any advice beyond just making more loops on the eyelid? That most likely means you just don't have enough resolution. So two things, you may want to actually bake your character with their eyes slightly closed so you can actually paint the texture. And if you, for this character, it's not an issue because their eyes are kind of already half lidded. But like for the body here, like you may want to make sure that, because you don't really need that much resolution on the inside of your eyeball. So you might want to make sure that in your UV map, your character's eyes are basically blinking, because that way you can maximize the amount of texture that's on your eyelids. Samson's resolution means polygon density in the area. It's very easy to have normal artifacts when you have little resolution, small amounts of faces. Bit of both, bit of both. Definitely more loop cuts will help. Resolution. In this case, when I'm saying the UVs, I suppose I mean image resolution, just because you want if in your UV texturing, rather than having an eye open and then like the area around where the eyelid would be only has like this tiny section, you make sure that you pin on your UV map your eyelid kind of closed, and that way you maximize your UV there. More versatile eyelid and similar to the mouth make the base pose with the eyes half closed. That's possible. I usually don't do that. That's definitely something you can do. Seeing overlapping UVs in that UV map of yours. So the overlap comes from the horns, and they're just a different material. So there's no concern. They can share the same UV map. What on the further here? Oh, interesting. I think I poked it. I'm not too worried about that. It's right under the eye. Worst case scenario. Don't want to use live unwrap. I'll mess it up, but I wonder if I have a seam on the eye. I don't think I do. But yeah, it's covered up, so somewhere in there or over here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Then we baked the shape keys. I'm going to delete all of them. Again, delete all shape keys. Because I don't need all of them. I just need... Right, and then I would want to do this. And save that. Now for the selection, this one, selection eyes. Do need this as a vertex group. There we go. And then let's rebake that again. That should be a little bit faster, yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. So now let's send this over to Unity again. Take a look at our shape keys. So you got you even helping the commission, expecting 10% of the revenue, okay. Serious note, you know that you got me interested in your shape key bakery. Mind sending me the link of it? Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Here. Shape Key Baker takes an animation and bakes shape keys from this. So you can give it a keyframe and a name, and it's going to make a shape key of whatever animation your mesh is at that moment. That allows you to make, in this case, make a bunch of expressions and recreate them. Most importantly, recreate them a little bit later. So this way I can just go auto detect, get all those. And we'll have to set up my, excuse me. Eyes, I have to set up my eyeballs. Because unfortunately, AutoRig Pro does not give us the best eyeballs for Unity, at least for VR chat. Put our cursor there, go to deform, oh, go to custom. Okay. Put our deform, take this guy, parent him there. All right. Then this will be dc underscore high dot l and symmetrize. There we go. Then we can take the eyes, separate them, and in our names here, we're going to. I'm a little ashamed that we got half of that. So after you create the final point in the anim, it creates the in-between frames and shape keys to create a loop. No, that's assuming a bit too much out of it. It's basically just taking a freeze frame at each point. So you have an animation file, and just at whatever pose it's at that point, it saves a shape key. And so I have a bunch of expressions in that animation. So like, there's a lot of different mouth movements, things like that. Just stole those. All right. So now on our avatar descriptor, we can enable iLook. Use I cc I.L cc I.R. So that makes it way easier to work with. Way easier. Gonna sign my masters, but yes, I'm open for more projects. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, I got some more to send your way. I think yeah, well, I'll send you over some Discord stuff, but we got a lot to do this week. A lot to do. So I'm gonna spend as much time tonight as I can before my brain just stops working to try to get this done. More commissions. More commissions. I've been trying to Namrus and I have been, or Namrus has been helping me set up scenes and stuff like that. So we've been working together to get some avatars done. Oops, this guy is flipped. Okay, let me start making my list. Where's my pen? All right, so done that. What we would like to do now is create a few more VRC Fury objects. We're going to do gestures. And we'll add a few of these. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll do combo, fist, for blend shape. It's not apply to all renderers. I would like this one. We're going to do angry. I always forget all of them. So left, point, blend shape. Sure, blep. And then right, point, blend shape. Blush. We'll just do tongue out. Combo. Actually, this one should be confusion and shock. Yeah. Then we'll do left, rock and roll, blend shape. Tongue out. Good one. Right. Victory. We'll do happy. What else we got? Excuse me. I think that's it. Miss one. Shock. Angry, confusion, shock, tongue out, happy. We're missing blep. And blush. So much clicking. I want to die. All right, there we go. So now we've set that up. Gestures will happen. We'd also like to do a looping one. Loop. Or is it in the toggle? This toggle will be body slash blink. And we'll add. No, it's got to be. I swear it's its own thing. Blink. Yeah, blink controller. Cool. Now it'll blink. We have the gestures set up. We have the toggles set up for the clothing. We have Fizzbone set up. We're still missing a few items on the avatar. So let's add those. We have the horn here, horn flipped. That should be an easy fix. So we'll go to Blender. Here, tab, select the horn. Like the horn. Go to UV editing. And close enough. Okay, horn should be fixed. Let's see, what else? Need the spikes. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back, everyone. Thank you, Shadow Wax, Shadow Axlero. Thank you for the follow or subscription. Thank you. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. Ah. Oh, okay. Let's get back into it. So, we also want to make a decal for the shirt itself. So that'll be our final decal. Hopefully. Should be. Excuse me. We still need to do some texturing here. This needs to be like a cutout right there. We need to do the clip shape. Still a lot of work to do. We're going to be doing a bit of a power hour, trying to get as much done tonight as we can. So we need the shirt decal. We'll start with that. And leggings cutout. Go from there. Okay. Let me double check. I don't know if you're there, Booms, but did you have a specific decal you sent my way already? Reviewing the messages here. Gotcha. It's just a similar style. We have something perfect. And similar to these. Oops. Perfect. This one's good. Default. My favorite. It's my favorite. Alright, we'll go there. And we'll open some Krita. I tuned in just as you asked me, lol. Good timing. I would like to type, yes. There we go. Yeah. And what was the font name? Cool, that works pretty well. What we'll do is let's go ahead, duplicate this a few times. Okay, we're going to start one letter at a time. I think so. I agree. I think it's going to be a good fit. Perfect. And then we can add layer style. Stroke. Okay. Turn off the background. Double check that we're going the right direction with this image. Close enough. Yeah, we'll do something pretty similar to this, but won't be exactly the same. Pretty close though. Let's do another layer style. I would like to do drop shadow, bevel. Yeah. All right, that's dope. Then texture. Thank you, Hammers. I learned a couple of weeks ago that you can actually name your shape keys with the M hotkey when hovering timeline. Definitely going to use that to make my shape keys less confusing. That looks so cool. Thanks. Thank you. I should have made this darker. Got rid of the bevel though. I think I'll add a texture on top manually because I like this bevel. Okay. And then I think we'll make one more group inside of this. So that way I can add another layer style or something on top. Cancel. Do a. I think if I make a fill layer style is a little strong. A little strong. Something like that. This one. Oh, excuse me. I just didn't want it to be perfectly white. Oh, thank you. Or did you? Okay, I think that's good. We'll save that. I'm gonna go ahead and pop open this object here. Make another folder in here called decals. Okay. Now we've got the decal. What we also need to do is on our clothing here, I'm going to create a third UV map. Third UV map. And I guess I'll take this whole front section here. That. And we'll do you. Sure, just project from view right now. Scale it up. Right about there, so. And I don't have to worry about doing anything else there because I can go back to Substance Painter and create a third mask just on the shirt. In the past, I've been really concerned about like making sure my UV map works perfectly or this and that, but you can actually, because you can put a mask on your main layer, you can have a UV map just for all your other decals. In fact, yeah, I don't even need to make this other one. I can just keep it like that. Even though it's going to combine with the decal layer of the other object, it'll still work perfectly as mask. Well, I hope so. But as far as I understand, should be able to scroll down to the bottom Or first we'll make another user channel. Scroll down to the bottom, turn on user 2, and also visualize it. So I can see that at the bottom, we've set it to black. And then on the shirt, we're gonna go ahead and add a template flat right here. And I'll call this shirt decal mask. And this should only have that. And then we can turn on symmetry. And I can go ahead and paint that in right there. That's it. That's all we need. Yeah, that's all we need. Save. And export. All right. Now we've done that, we can go back here. Pop open our clothing material. We'll add our third clothing mask in. I'm actually going to set it to 1024. Mark it as high quality compression. Go back to clothing, material, decal mask, drop this mask into decal 2. Now we can see its influence. Looks good. Confirm the merge. And then in decal 2, we add in our shirt decal, setting it to UV1. Then we also need to make sure we export the updated character. Speedrun. Kind of. Thank you for the bless. Booms. Oh, let's go. Let's go to Blender. We're going to make a material. We're going to add the image texture. We're going to open. This one. We're going to go to shading. Set this UV map to this one. So I can see how it's working. We don't have to worry about it clipping there. That's not something that actually shows up. But now we can go ahead and adjust this till we get the positioning where we like. Decals are too OP. They are awesome. Cool. The stretching actually kind of works well with what's going on here. I haven't even shown you the skin decal namers. Let me show you. So just like there's decals, there's also RGBA color masking, which allows you to get really, really fine details. Really wrapped around that form, huh? I think so. But cool. I think that looks good. Gmo. But on her skin here, look at the detail. Look at the detail. So that's using mask to define where we want this to appear. And then we use the RGBA color masking, because with a color mask, with the RGBA specifically, you can include a normal mask as well, or a normal map. So as long as you keep the tiling the same, you can also include a smoothness and metallic if you really want as well. So you can get super fine-grained details in there. It looks pretty good. Oh, also, most importantly, they have this option for stochastic sampling. Very important for materials that are meant to look seamless and kind of random. Otherwise, the edges of your seams, like I have a cut on the shoulder, it tends to show up too much. Too much. Looks premium. Thank you, James. Okay, shirt decal done. Check that off. Now let's look at the leggings. Here, so let's go over to Painter. Scroll down to the leggings here. Looking so good. Thank you, Booms. Make a template flat above everything. I guess we don't really need it above everything, but whatever. We're gonna add a color selection, not an anchor point, and sample this blue. Because we're gonna add the macro and here, roughness, metallic, something right about there. Already looking a lot nicer. Then in the metal, we're going to make sure we have opacity turned on. Because in the leggings, we're going to do a cutout. That's exactly what we'll call it, cutout. And we don't really need anything other than the opacity set to here. And then we're going to paint section, right? Let me switch it to mask, I guess. I don't know, hard to see. I guess we'll just kind of wing it, but should work pretty well. Holy moly! The whole. No. Well, but not a cutout. Clothing should already have that flipping texture. That should have cut it out. We have an alpha map here, but I don't think I need a separate map. Um, hmm. Maybe I do. I would be a little surprised by that. If I just say cut out. Okay. And why? Why? Hmm. Um, I've never I had a problem with the alpha map not working. I can see it working on the other clothing elements. Um, Potato. I can see the alpha map right there. So I do have the data I need. The shader just doesn't want to read it. Hmm. It might not be doing the cutout. It might be um, just making it transparent instead of doing a cutout for it. I'm just surprised I don't see it getting affected by this at all. That's definitely strange. Perhaps the decals that I'm using for other transparent elements overwrite this, and it just... This one literally says alpha blend mode replace. So let me just see if I disable these. Okay, there we go. It is transparent now, sort of. Is that the leg? I think it's the leg. It must be. Okay, so decal 2 is not the issue. Decal 1, part of the issue. Alpha blend mode max. And what is this again? What are we doing with this? Is that okay, it's this pattern here. That seems to do a good job. Minimum seems to keep it. So would no, not quite. And it doesn't work with that one anyway. Shouldn't it be masked though? Like it shouldn't actually be affecting the shouldn't have the ability to affect the leg anyway. Huh. Wait, what? Back only? Interesting. Makes it look like it's on the other side of the material. But that doesn't help because these ones also affect it. So, oh, great. Um, there's one other solution, which is just to actually make the hole. So, go in here, go to shading, going to get rid of this, open up our normal albedo. Take both of these, separate them, then take just this side and delete it. Then we're going to do Control B V. Like so. Um, that's what I was afraid of. Okay. Oops. Okay, there we go. Pretty good. I'm gonna delete this ring now. Do one more bevel on the verts. And try. This is gonna be interesting. Whoa. Excuse me. I think that with a weighted normal, we'll be able to fix this. The normal indentation, hopefully. Nice. Gorgeous. Okay, so now we'll add the weighted normal. And okay. Now I'll apply it. And then I will take the normal from here. And I'll just paste it. Not terrible. Let's see what that looks like. All right, we'll just go with actually making a hole in the mesh. That's a little more reliable. Should have double checked that the rigging was still working. That's interesting. Okay. Now that lack of movement has to be from missing thigh. It was from a little while ago that we lost this. Let's look. This bone here, thigh stretch.L, thigh stretch.R. But I can see that influence. I can see that influence. So why doesn't it want to move with it? Because the bone itself is not moving. Okay, so that's something wrong with the rig. Let's go to AutoRig Pro and say edit match. Okay, so it looks like we lost the correct parenting. All right. So that's the deform bone that we're missing. Now looking at this here, both here. Hmm. When I renamed it, I broke it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Going to make a backup copy. I'm going to call this 29 3-leg fix. And what we'll do, go into the rig, get our custom bones out. Which there aren't too many of. Breast, butt, thighs, tail. That is it, actually. Separate them. Okay. Then we'll take the rig, move it out. And take the clothing and body, move it out. Take this, delete the hierarchy. Then we're going to go open merging. I think we had the air in there before the baking. Weird question, but how come when you added the thigh bones, they appear here, but not the tailbones? The tailbones are not a custom bone. They are one of the default AutoRig Pro limbs. Now look at the rig. That's working. We're just going to copy the rig. I mean, this is just the rig extract, right? I'm going to delete everything else. Just have this. Going to, and we've got the whole collection there. I'm going to go back to our main file. Here, we're going to do file append. Go to rig extract, find the collection, Shima, append it. Okay. Then we can recombine our default bones, which I'm actually going to take the time to move into custom. Then we can combine them. Go into T4 and custom, take this, parent it, do this. Take this. Gotcha, we already had the butt bones. and the breastbone. So let's back up 2 seconds before combining it. Take these bones and these bones, delete them. Just need the thigh bones added. All right. Okay, then we can take everything here, select our armature, and copy to selected. That shouldn't have added any duplicates, but should work now. Okay. Apparently just the eyeballs are not working, which makes sense because those were the only other bones that we made that were custom. Oh, we can remake those super easy. So I'm going to go into deform and select right here, put our cursor. Then go to just custom, tab shift A. This will be cc_i.l. Symmetrize this, deform, and parent this to the head. And now we should be good. All right, that was annoying, but we did fix it. So let's go ahead and save another copy. Ugh. Okay, what am I doing now? Oh, first let's just double check our fizz bones are assigned correctly. That looks good. Let's just reset our rig after doing all those edits to skeleton. We do want to make sure everything is applied properly. We're still getting a warning. And general blend shape. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Doing good now. We've got almost everything done. Almost everything. Ugh. Still need to fix the leggings, which is what we were doing initially before things broke. It's definitely slightly different from the inspiration. Hello, Femboy Ghost 553A. Thank you, Femboy Ghost, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm prepared to be haunted. All right. Now I need to set this in front. Go to weight paint. Make sure we select these legs because we don't want the influence on the other side. Like so. That was pretty much the only issue. Now we can go back here, save that, slap on a mirror, turn on merge, or turn off merge, apply it, and recombine it with the leggings. Boom. All right, that should be good now. Good. So now we can scratch off leggings cutout on our to-do. We did finish the flipped horn. Perfect. Okay, so our main thing, the main thing we don't have that we're gonna have to make tomorrow are the shoes. Well, it's already 6:30. Dang, I will have to stop soon. But I think we can go ahead and get a test for. Let's actually just take a look at the other aspects I know I need to fix, such as the rig, muscle settings. I want to get a version over to booms today. Of course, we also need the UV discards. So let's look at the left arm. Shoulder should not be able to go that low. Maybe like -5 at most. I'm just gonna say -2. Okay. And then when we push it up, that seems pretty reasonable to me. Okay. So close, I know. And front and back, that seems fine. Maybe I'm not quite as far front. An arm down. Up's pretty good. That actually looks really good. Stretch material here. Down is definitely way too far. Say -30. Yeah, -8. Arm down. Good. Okay. Reset. Close these up now. Now we'll do front and back. -30. Back seems fine. Maybe a little bit less. say 80. Reasonable. Forearm stretch. -60. That's fine. And down, up. That's entirely reasonable. Also seems pretty reasonable. All right, let's save that. Make sure. Apply. Now we'll do the legs. -60. Fine. The twist, we'll just do half that range. Now lower leg stretch. Definitely don't want that much. Okay. Foot up, down. It seems fine. Foot twist in and out. A little extreme, but nothing crazy. Toes down, toes up. Sure. I think that all looks pretty good now. Apply everything. All right. Now we have a very solid range of motion for Shimo. Very important to do the range of motion before getting into VR chat because otherwise you're gonna probably be fighting issues you may not even need to deal with. Excuse me. Apply. Or maybe they do. I don't think we use those. Yeah, a little bit more. Upper arm twist. Or is it? Which one is it? The lower arm twist? I forget how to. Oh, whatever. I have a twist bone. Let's leave those there. Oh, let's see. All right. I think that's good for right now. All right, so we got very solid posing now. Let's take a look at character in play mode. Interesting. Very different pose. Tail is still shearing there, so let's get that. Excuse me. Okay, I probably have to stop in a second. I think my brain's shutting down. Let's do the UV discards and then we'll call it for now. So UV discards aren't too bad. We just need to save the brain. Save the brain. We're going to take the legs and the claws and lower our selection here until we're just under the top of the leggings. And then we're going to move these up. It better be on UV map 0. Perfect. So that allows us to disable the legs when we need to. Next, for the arms, what we'll do is deselect what will be disabled when the jacket's on. Nice. Cool. Then the torso. I mean, there's not much we can disable when the torso's on because, yeah, we need that on. I think it's really just the arms and legs. Yeah, right. So now when when the leggings are on, well, first let's update the material. Okay, so now we can turn those sections on and off whenever we want. As soon as it frickin' loads. Cool. Good stuff. I guess we lock it in now. We go to toggle. So again, when the when the legging is on, we would like to do some stuff, such as a Poyomi UV tile. We would like to take the body oh, that's fine. So we want to use the renamed material. Which should be row 0, column 1. Or actually, sorry, row 1, column 0. Yeah, that's correct. And then we're using the body renamed, which I think we can copy the animated property name. If I go here and paste it, it should just be Shimo body. Okay, no error. So perhaps it does need the underscore. But it's still on, which means that we need it set to off to start with. Oh, we'll find out. I think I may have made the arms too far out. I mean, usually the arms should be right there. Cool. That did not work. Okay. That's okay. We're going to save that for tomorrow. I'm going to get rid of it for right now. I'm going to go ahead and package up the file right now. Just make sure the warnings should be ready to upload. Go ahead and export this package. Cool. Booms, Gmo. Oh, this is Unity. I want to go to client work. Booms, Unity packages, Gmo underscore V0 testing. And I'm going to get this sent over right now. Ooh, ankles. All right. Let's just do the form. Discord form. All right. Cool, good work. Really solid work. Really, really solid work, y'all. I am tired though, and it is bedtime. I worked about 2 hours longer than I usually do, so I'm feeling a little pooped. But we are so close to done. So close to done. Very, very excited. There's just a few final details to put in. Really, the main thing that we need to make are the shoes. That was the only thing we were missing. But we already have the rigging. We already have just a lot of things done. So I think it should be pretty fast. Awesome work today. So close indeed. So close. We're almost there though. But thank you all. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope everyone's having an amazing Tuesday. Again, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do another full day of work. And we'll see you then. Enjoy your day. Goodbye, everyone. Bye, everyone. Bye, chat. See you soon. Bye. Oh, thank you, Booms. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, everyone. See you then. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Booms. Thank you, Neighbors. Bye, everyone.